All right, I guess I'll briefly go over the new list and what's changed. The quick history is for a very long time, Legacy Elves played Abrupt Decay. It conveniently came out the same set as Deathright Shaman and has pretty much been linked with the deck since then, up until I would say maybe 2 months ago. Um, the quick gist is it was not only on color with Deathright Shaman in black, which is good for which helps with the combo matchup, but at the time, miracles with Sensei's Dividing Top and Counterbalance required an answer, otherwise we'd be locked out of the game. Allosaurus Shepherd had not been printed yet. In addition to be on color, it also answered problematic permanents such as Chalice of the Void, which is also conveniently answered by Allosaurus Shepherd and Umazawa's Jite, which is a little bit slow against us, and we have Wirewood to block bounce. But there are some games where we drew awkwardly, for instance, especially pre- before Once Upon a Time, and we need an answer to that. At the moment, two of those three things are answered by Allosaurus Shepherd. But the quick history is 2 months ago, I thought, well, Modern Horizons came out. Elves, really only got one card, which is Gris. I know some people play Endurance. It's just in the limited sample size I played it hasn't really worked out for me. I don't think the card does what the deck wants it to do. It's kind of like, in my opinion, Veil of Summer. It's a green card that is really for blue decks, not so a green card for green decks, because it doesn't really answer anything cleanly. I think it's decent against Delver, but I think if we wanted a card for just Delver, there's other options. And I have not really won any games because of the graveyard hate. Because opponents kind of can tell when you have it, so to speak. It's often telegraphed, unlike Leyline of the Void, which is much harder to play around. So I thought, well, if we don't. The other thing is with the release of Modern Horizons 2, Abrupt Decay doesn't answer Murktide anymore, and I just figured we wanted to try Prismatic Ending, which is one mana removal that is also flexible like Abrupt Decay. And turns out when I tried Ending, um, the reduction of mana was really important and helped with the deck a lot. The other thing is, I noticed when I tried four endings that it'd be awkward if your opponent had a Murktide. So I swapped to a Run Afoul, which quickly became a Swords to Plowshares. I mean, if Wambo Combo is out there, he was the one that first suggested that. So shout out to him. But Swords to Plowshares actually ended up being just almost a strict upgrade over Prismatic Ending because the need to hit non-creature permanents is kind of alleviated by Allosaurus Shepherd now because two of the three things we cared about before it has counterplay in Shepherd and Jite. There's still some counterplay with Water with Symbio, and to lesser extent, Kurin Ranger and Collector Oof. Now, the White Splash did me very well. I actually won the trophy race last season with the White Splash. But then I noticed something recently, which is that against the black decks, sorry, not the black, against the combo decks, you really want turn one Thoughtseize to be consistent. And with the White Splash, we went from 11 black sources to 9, which meant that I had to mulligan hands where I didn't have turn one black source into Thoughtseize, which is not where we want to be. And I figured, even though Fatal Push is not as good a card as Swords to Plowshares, maybe we can fix that, and Fatal Push can do enough of a approximation for Swords to Plowshares that we can get away with it. And then this was only okay. So we're in the middle of the week right now. This is Wednesday. I started just testing this only a week and a half ago, and I quickly let York know that I think we're onto something here because I don't think anybody's gonna argue Swords to Plowshares is better than Fatal Push. I don't think that's even debatable, but it's close enough because aside from things like Merit Lage and Murktide, it pretty much does what we want it to do, and we get to play a much cleaner mana base and not lose percentage points. Not only to combo, but sometimes it's awkward to have to fetch for black for Grist and then all of a sudden draw Swords of Plowshares and then not have Savannah. Also, with D&T seeing more play, Massacre is a real card from certain combo decks, so that's something to keep in mind. Uh, so what I was saying is we wanted to play Fatal Push, but we recognized like you need to be able to answer Murktide as well, because there's some board states where you stabilize, but then you just have to get rid of the Murktide. And initially we ran two Run-afoul, which Yorg ran is in his challenge list. I'm testing one Snuff out. I think one Assassin Trophy is decent as well if you want to test it. It's like we're 1.5 weeks into this, and I didn't even play the last 2 days because I've been busy with other things. But the main takeaway was I want at least two outs that are efficient, and then you have another five in Grist and Green Sun that you can tutor for. I'm omitting for now natural order because if you cast natural, you should be able to win the game. Uh, so that is the crux of the change to black. And what I've noticed is the mana is definitely way better. In addition to two more black sources, you don't have as many awkward scenarios where we draw two different colored cards, like a Grist and a Source of Plowshares, and I only have one fetch in hand, for instance. Not to mention, going from 8 to 9 fetches does wonders for the deck, because that means you have an extra Arbor, Virtual Arbor, and anybody who's played Elves knows, or against Elves knows that this makes natural order much easier, and it actually ramps you with the Guy's Cradle. Not to mention the untap shenanigans you can pull with the Wirewood Symbiote and the one Queen Ranger that we occasionally need a tutor for. I think besides that, I know in my Discord there's been some questions about like what is the preferred anti-combo hit in addition to the four Thoughtseize. I think it depends on what you play against. If you play against a lot of Reanimator and Oops, I personally like Leyline better, and I think for leagues, Leyline may be better. Those decks tend to be less represented in bigger events like the prelims and the challenges. I think you're more likely to see something like Test or Ruby Storm in the challenges, but it really depends. And if you really need more, I know Rumcore from my Discord, asked, like he's been running into a lot of combo, for instance, and you want to run both. Something you can do is maybe cut the crop rotation and cut the Karakas, move the Collector Oof main, and then play, all four turn 0 pieces of hate. I think if nobody has questions from the... Oh, I also posted my Patreon, which has one article at the moment I just posted yesterday, but anybody who's appreciated my work over the last 2 years for this version of Elves, feel free to support me, with a $5 subscription, I guess. And I haven't decided what I want to do with the $10 or $15. I may just omit it completely, but or if anybody has good ideas, if people want me to play their version of the deck on stream, for instance, that's like something I'd be willing to do. Or I know, shout out to Anurag, excuse me if I mispronounce his name, but Anurag, I know a fan favorite is seeing him play D&T. So another thing I'd be willing to do is like if people really want me to play the Neto Senno version, I'm willing to do that as well. I still own the card, both on paper and on Moto. I think if there are no questions, I'll go ahead and finish this league. I started this league a few days ago. I've just been busy, so I never finished it. Currently 3-0. We beat D&T here. We beat the Mirror. I think they were a newer player though, so because I think they easily could have beat us. At least game 1, I believe. I forget, but they weren't drawing with Visionary. And then this here, I believe, is 4C controlled. Since we just mentioned Anurag, I think it was Anurag's list from the challenge. Splashing red for expressive iteration. I think without any questions, we'll just go ahead and start. I want to message my pal Romario, who is a frequent supporter of our, streams and Discord. He often likes coming by to check out the Elves content. I guess quick update on myself. It's been a while since I last streamed. I think Magic aside, I mean, earlier in this broadcast, I went over the changes, and I'll go over them again. I'm sure there'll be questions in the future from people who tune in later. But on a personal level, I guess what has happened recently? Oh, so I went to the Disneyland for the first time in a few years. We wore masks, but unfortunately, not everybody there did. But I think it should be okay because we were outside. So that was pretty fun. We did that on Labor Day. So this is like the username is very similar to the Cherry X-Men username. We are on the draw with no ramp. This is kind of a dangerous keep. I think we probably want to mull this because 2 glimpses already is already a mull. This is a lot better. We will put back the natural order, given that we don't have mana early. They mode a 3. I'm a little bit scared that they're on combo. In fact, I'm almost certain they're on combo because if I were to guess, they're probably on something like Reanimate or Oops. Hopefully our opponent does not know we're on Elves. Yep. Alright, we just have to fade a turn here. I'm gonna once first because I want to hit a land. That works. It's debatable whether we get Cradle here because, well, if they have the combo, they're just gonna go for it. So yeah, I think there's no reason not to. Like, if they have they're not gonna pass the turn just because we gone into the land or revealed a different land. Alright, that's actually really good for us. I think now, this is huge because we get a steal game 1 against, we'll just pass. Sealing game 1 against Oops is almost impossible. They have to lose to themselves essentially. I think here there's 2 things we can do. We can get an Arbor, or we can Once Upon a Time. I actually think once and hitting a land drop is more important here. Not to mention we put the Bog on the bottom, which is nice. And then we can pass turn. So we can see what build that they're on. So things to check for is like if they're running Belcher, if they're running Chancellor, the Annex, number of bridges, number of therapies. That's all fine, I think. Make sure not to misclick. Uh, I will note this is not normal. Like we're not supposed to beat Oops game one. In fact, without Leyline or Mindbreak, it tends to be very difficult. Period. Actually, yeah. If you don't have Leyline or Mindbreak Trap, ideally both, this match is almost unwinnable in my opinion. And unfortunately, it's like very popular right now too. So might be more reason to run the Mindbreak Traps and the Leylines, but I think in leagues you definitely at least want one or the other. Like I just don't feel safe otherwise. Oops, wrong one. I want to bring out my sideboard guide. Let's see. Oops. And this has been updated on my Discord. Yeah, so that looks about right how we did it. The previous version that we were testing had duress and crop rotation. The problem is, unfortunately, we do have to account for this deck, which is like quite popular at the moment. Yeah, if people weren't, you know, playing Oops or Reanimator as much, I'd probably be okay with duress and well, especially Oops, more okay with duress and crop rotation. But you need turn 0 hate. Like you cannot realistically expect to win on the draw. That's pretty good. Okay. I like to pause a little bit because then they don't assume I have the ley line and maybe they go for it or something. I mean, the thing about this matchup is, um, not only is it frustrating to lose to, even the wins is not that satisfying personally for me. That should be game. Like, what up, Max? How's it going? So shout out to Max. We discussed recently that we're gonna try to do a stream together in the near future whenever he's free. But since I have him at the moment, we're really only one match in, Max. The first three were leftover from before. I hadn't played the last few days, so this is leftover. But I know this sounds pretty obvious now, but when I was playing last year, but with only one Allosaurus Shepherd, he is the one that, well, he's not the only one, but he is one of the people who told me, I know your list is good and I know you're doing well with it, but I just think you need to find a way to play more Shepherds because even though the card is not as good as Reclaimer, it gets a lot of free wins, and which is accurate. And the list is where it is today partially because of influences like Max. I'll bring it up real quickly. Believe it or not, once upon a time, I mean, pun not intended, the Shepherd count was only one, and I thought that was correct. I will admit I was not right about that. It should have been at minimum two, in case the first dies. But we'll go ahead and play the next match, I guess. I mean, to be fair, Max, I think the correct number for whatever it's worth is somewhere between 3 and 4, at least at the moment, because you don't really want to, but it just makes players panic so much that is often not even a bad thing to draw the second. Drawing three is horrendous though, and that has happened. Oops, let me go back. But yeah, I think somewhere between 3 and 4 copies is probably the correct number. You don't really want multiple, in my opinion. But the thing is, like, 4 is correct right now, I believe, because the alternatives are just not strong enough. What I mean by that is, like, if I cut it, the cards I would be replacing with aren't necessarily on the same power level. So I think you just play the power level cards. Similarly, once upon a time, if there were worse cards in this deck, I'd probably play 4 copies along the same thinking. All right, we're playing against Jason Murray. They're on Yuri and taxes, I would believe, based on the 80. This is a decent keep. I think this matchup is much more difficult for Elves than it used to be, especially game one when you don't really. It's not really built to beat Elves. I mean, not Elves. It's not really built to beat DNT at the moment. Like we have a lot of dead cards, so to speak. Like Shepherd is a dead card against DNT. That would be another reason why I think the correct number is somewhere between 3 and 4. Only because it's kind of like the Elf Ragavan. Like it's insane against blue decks, but not so much against creature decks. Oops, ooh, I almost messed up. I meant to do that. Something I am a little bit prone to, unfortunately. Let's do this. Okay, we don't have a payoff at the moment. So I think I'm gonna save the green sun. Yeah. If I had a payoff, the green sun would have got got heritage druid. Okay, that's fine. I apologize if I'm doing this a little fast, and if it seems like, let me know if you want more explanation to why I'm playing it the way I am. I think here we just set up for Reclaimer activation. If they want to port us, that's pretty bad because we have Shepherd on board. This is one of the few scenarios where Shepherd's actually okay against DNT. In general, though. Oh, nice. I enjoy the. I've been meaning to watch What If, by the way. But let me know you should know I said hi. So we have 7 creatures on board. We're gonna have active Cradle pretty soon and just start swinging in. So the thing about this is they have the Wasteland, which is a little bit awkward. They're obviously holding it for Cradle, knowing that we're gonna go for it. If we do go for the Cradle here, we only have 1 mana. I think we just force their hand. Like, because we can do it next turn. if need be. Or we can actually, let me take that back. We can thin, which is nice. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. I mean, better lucky than good, I guess. So, just had some friendly banter with Jason here. All right. So if we can win here, we'll get the 5-0, which is nice. I mean, we did have a head start with the 3-0. Uh, this is some new tech that I've been trying this past half week, I guess. I've been very impressed with this so far, but it's the kind of card I feel like we can only play one of because drawing two is a nightmare. You probably just lose, to be honest. So here, like I said, Shepard's kind of bad in this matchup, so I'm gonna board them all out. You don't Cabral Pit's while not the worst. You don't really. We just want smooth hands. So I'm just gonna board that out as well, and then we'll just go to this 60. Gris is like probably slightly better than rotation, but rotation is like really good for comboing. I think I like the utility of the Gris better here. Everything else is like very strong. I think this is solid. General rule of thumb, one of the things I mentioned is the return to 9 fetches. The reason why that's important is because you really, against these wasteland decks, you really want to fetch basic turn 1. Like, and the more fetches, the more you turn on your off-color stuff later on. So that's pretty solid. Ooh. So I led with the heritage because um, if you're an opposing deck, you're kind of priced into removing creatures as soon as you can, anyways. And it tends to be the weakest creature on the like an even board. So this is kind of awkward now. Huh. I think we just play the visionary and the. I think we just play the visionary and then just use it to block balance the GTA if need be. Cage is quite good with Spirit. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Okay, they have 2 spirits. So our draws are just completely dead here. Or, not dead, but like, not ideal. That helps, but probably a few turns away from doing what we need. So Jason's playing real quickly here. He knows the game plan typically against Elves. You want disruption into GT. It's very hard to beat Elves without GT, in my experience. And this is from both sides. I also own D&T, for those who don't know. I think what we can do is 4 or 5. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Actually, I could tap 5. No, I don't want to do that. That's just. I could start to deck thin, but I don't think I want to do that. Alright, so Reclaimer is going to help us mana fix here. Oh, I actually screwed up. I was supposed to not fetch immediately, but it's okay. Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm not gonna. That's definitely more luck than anything else. I mean, I'll say it again. I just take this off the board again. Well, actually, hold on. Oh, that's bad by me. Why did I do that? I think I should have pumped first. That was a mistake. I should have actually no, that's fine. I'm playing a little sloppy here, but it is what it is. Yikes. Okay. Jeez. That's kind of neat. This interaction is kind of cool. could have played this a little bit better, but Cage is quite good against elves. For those who don't know, unlike Containment Priest, it doesn't die to the current set of removal that elves plays. I guess I could play something like a prismatic ending or whatnot. Well, I guess not in the black version, but like a decay or one assassin's trophy. That's a good draw. I think we just need a cycle here. I think our out here is the Collector Oof, because we're actually out of fetchables too with this mana base, which sometimes is a problem, but very rarely. The problem was they had double spirit into cage. That tends to be very difficult to beat for us because we don't really have an out to cage, and with two spirits, like we need two removal spells, right? It's probably over, but I'll just play out a few more turns just to see. I'm guessing they're gonna get a solitude, um, just so they don't, you know, yeah. It's like they're the white force of will now, right? Like I know that kind of sounds blasphemous, but especially against elves, it's like very good. Ooh, okay. In case we draw a creature here, right? We can dig one deeper. All right. That's probably just game now. In the interest of chat, I'll go ahead and concede. Let me think. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're not picking this. All right. Game 3. It should help that we're on the play now. Just a little bit awkward. I think they only run one cage and they drew it. We're not. I wouldn't say we're cold to cage. Like I've beaten cage out of D&T before, and just without having answering because you can just draw your way out. The problem is they had two spirits as well, so um, just like we drew really well game one, they drew really well game two. So can't really complain. We should be favored here on the play, but like I said, this matchup is far closer now than it was before, especially if the DNT pilot is experienced. The elf pilot, I think sometimes the experience can matter too. Like I have made this mistake. I know other people have made this mistake where if you underestimate the DNT player, you can lose as well. This is quite good, I think. Uh, yeah, we'll keep it. We have to hit creatures here, though. Oh, there's a cage again, which is quite good. All right, we're probably gonna lose this game. Yep. I think we're gonna get punished by that cage now, like pretty badly for this keep. They're probably gonna get spirit, I'd imagine. No, oh, okay, that makes sense too. Jeez, okay. Yikes. I mean, I did say this was kind of a sketch keep, like, now we're getting, like, kind of punished. Yeah, I think in hindsight, you probably mulled that hand. I'm not sure there's too much we could have done about like their hand here though, like cage into GT. I think we just lose, to be honest. All right. Unfortunate, but it happens. I think we'll run it back, and then we can talk about the deck in the meantime. I think the list is fine. I think if our opponent has the cage, you know, we live with the percentages. I also think we, to be fair, should not have kept that third hand, because you had two black cards in there already without a second fetch, so it was gonna be problematic. It's just hard to not. It's hard to pass that kind of hand up though with the natural order, but I think I just should have thought about it more and not kept that hand. Oops. Wrong one. We're playing against lands. And this is a very hard matchup. Tim is a super cool guy though. So Jason, I just mentioned it to chat. I probably should have just mulled ahead. It was essentially a virtual mull of 5 already because I had two black cards and I fetched basic forest. Um, so that I think that was just on me, to be honest. Should have mulled a 6 because that was a virtual mull of 5 already. It was not a very good hand. It had natural order and then I drew a green sun. Two black cards I can't cast because I fetched basic. Ugh. So we don't have lethal through the maze. Well, maybe now we do. All right. So that would be 621 damage. Yeah. So yeah. Oops, should be taking this out. Decent one. Run of fouls like decent in case they go for the merit lage line. I think that is probably all we want. We keep crop rotation in this matchup. I'll after this match actually, Jason, if you're still around, I'll go ahead and review my opening heap again. Probably should have been a mole. I'm not sure it would have mattered because of the cage, but into a fast GT, but it would have been better spot than where we were at. If we had a visionary like Green Sun hand, that would have been nice too. Like instead of the hand we kept. But it's hard. I need to be better disciplined and not keeping these natural order hands that are like kind of sketch otherwise. Here we're leading with a Shepherd because it's kind of bad. It's one of the worst cards in this matchup. This is one of the matchups where Heritage Druid is very good. Excuse me. That might be a Tabernacle. Yep. I think here we're just gonna go into Heritage because it's a virtual cradle. It also potentially allows us to go off next turn. Because these can pay for itself and the cradle will actually generate mana. As a general rule of thumb here, you want them to pay for themselves because in the case they have removal, you don't get punished, right? Alright. I think here is our best window. We're just gonna try to go off. If they have the punishing fire, now would be the good time to do it because we net mana off the cradle, right? Here, I think we just keep going. Hmm. So hitting a second heritage there is nice. We're soft to blast zone. Not all lands players have it, but it would be very bad right now. Ugh, okay. I think here we leave the visionary on board because we want the mana, and I think we bounce the heritage. That's like the most important creature in this matchup. It's pretty devastating, but I mean, what can we do, right? The good thing is the tabernacle is off the board. If we can fade low, we're probably still in an okay spot because Tim, who's a great guy by the way, I think very highly of Tim as a person and a player, but he would be down to one card, and I think while this is a hard matchup, it could be okay. Um, I think here we play the heritage for the mana first. This is a line that I think a lot of people don't um, know about, I guess, for all intents and purposes. Um, I need a. Well, actually, hold on. If I bounce here, play two, we can draw. Yeah, I think I want to dig for a creep. Oh my goodness, we missed. Although hoof is not a bad draw. We would have missed anyways if we played the Visionary for two draws, but that just made it exacerbated it there. We wanted to leave up 3 mana for Heritage is the thing. If that's loam, that's a problem. And it looks like it's loam. Could be library, but yikes. Okay. Man. Not good. We're just gonna leave everything on board. We need the mana. The problem is we know the Wasteland is coming, so I don't really want to play the second Cradle. But we might have to try to go for it here. Yeah, I don't think we can give them another turn. We need to hit a 1-drop here. Thank you. One drop. Nope. The good thing is they don't have Tim doesn't have exploration now. Otherwise, it's very hard to beat Loam plus exploration. Some of their nut draws are just unbeatable for elves. I mean, I guess there's ley line if we have that. Um, we definitely want to save the Reclaimer, and I think, well, probably the Visionary. Well, wait, they have Wasteland coming up, so actually, yeah, I think I want the Visionary. I'm not sure how we win from here, to be honest. We have to stop the loam engine first. So I'm trying to think what a wind looks like from here. Sure. Um, no, I lost, Max. I lost to Jason. I think the thing to do here is not to pay. Uh, I think we're just gonna main phase bog, to be honest. Yeah, it was partially my fault. Game three, I kept a kind of a loose hand. Game two, they had a very strong hand that we couldn't beat. And then game three is partially on me. It's hard to say we would have won because it's kind of hard to beat a cage when we don't have any outs to it. But I kept a virtual five without like thinking it through. I kept a seven that was a virtual five without thinking it through. We're at 26 cards left in the library, so we should probably be drawing the runoff out fairly soon, hopefully. They don't have the combo here, I don't think. Hmm. One thing that is coming up now is not having enough fetches. Or sorry, not having enough fetchables is a thing at the moment. Ugh. Okay. This is gonna be quite hard to beat. We get the Caracas here. They can't go for the combo. They would have to get the Wasteland. But I almost feel like that's playing a little too safe. Because the Tabernacle's out already. And I'm not sure how we win otherwise. Yeah, I don't think we want to play it safe here. It's important to keep in mind like what a win looks like from here, and I just don't think getting Caracas is a game-winning line at the moment. Hmm. This is gonna be the fabled. This is the fabled here. Natural order to stay in glimpse line. Wait, did I lose all my water wizard already? I must have, yeah. Um, I think we're just dead here. We'll just concede. So Tim message. Oh no. Mm-hmm. This is a mole. Keep. The all important fetch before you once because you want to hit spells or creatures, I should say. I think we want the Heritage Druid. It's just very good in this matchup. Actually, I should have led with the Reclaimer. So Loam is on. Sorry, not Loam. So I ended up not mattering, I guess. Could matter here though. Blast Zone is tough when lands has access to it. Um, the fact that Tim didn't fetch here tells me they have crop rotation up. Could be bolt, like I guess. I'm trying to think what outs are there. My guess would be crop rotation is up. So we're probably gonna get blast zone in some capacity. Mhm. Once first to see. Visionary is a good draw because it also dodges the blast zone. And here's a second visionary. The nice thing here is we might have the mythical Green Sun for... No, never mind. For some reason, I thought we had a land drop, so... 2 Valaka explorations. Mox Diamond. Clothis? Oh. I think here we're just looking for a win condition. And I feel like this is a crop rotation because I'm trying to figure out why they're lying. Okay, there's the win condition. Now I think maybe there's a glacial chasm that we need to potentially play around. I guess what I can do first is cast a hoof and then see what happens. Um, Important thing here is we don't actually need all of them attacking. Alright, with the rest of our mana, now we can dig for what we need to dig for. We don't have ooze. I'm trying to think like what do we want here? We kind of have to be careful. Well, we know they have a loam coming. Hmm. I think we can just natural order here for the progenitus. And then there's really no reason to keep drawing, I think. So I'll just pass. It probably is not good for us at this moment. What if foothills? Sure. I think we want the loam out of the yard, is the thing. Oh my god, is that a... Jeez. Oh, we might just die from 15 here. Well, probably not, but... I think we get the Caracas here, and then we bog them on our turn. These tabernacle triggers is why it's frustrating sometimes. Tim, being the nice guy he is, apologizes for the tabernacle triggers. I think we just do this now. If there was a scavenge, we would tutor for it, but we don't have that in our deck at the moment. And I think time is a little bit of a concern, so I don't want to waste too much trying to dig for the crop rotation. And we only have 14 cards left anyways, so if we really wanted to dig for it, we probably can. Yeah, yeah, this is gonna be a problem. So we gotta be judicious in what we play here. I think I'm gonna draw once just to see, but it's not gonna matter, I think. Oops, I should not have done that. What's up, Levi? How's it going? We were a little bit against the clock here, so I'm just not gonna try to draw. Yeah, Chasm be like that sometimes. That's true. I think we're just dead, right? Because actually, with the Reclaimer. This is a matchup where I wish I had Ooze now. That would have been relevant. I'll concede. So the line here is Tim can Reclaimer on his turn. We don't have removal, but and then trigger the Relica to kill us down to 0. We blew the 5-0 earlier. Actually, that reminds me. Yeah, it is. Um, Kind of makes me want the Wasteland, but also most lands lists don't have Chasm at the moment. So I think I just, in theory, hope to dodge Tim or anybody else playing Chasm. I know Tim usually plays Chasm, and that's an argument for Archon, which is quite good against, or better, I should say, against Chasm because Progenitor is not that good, but uh, there aren't too many people on Chasm though. I get this. I get the feeling this is a combo player, but and we're gonna get turn 1 right now. Maybe. It is an upgrade over Pride Mage, which I do think somewhat highly of. Uh, the thing is, so depths. I feel like I know some people who have played against me or just other people on Reclaimer against or Reclaimer Elves. Uh, Chasm is very beatable out of Elves if they really want to. I mean, there's first of all Wasteland if they wanted to play it, but not only that, like we Elves is running one run afoul, so like Chasm into Merit Lage isn't always safe because the Elf player can just glimpse into the run afoul and then essentially win on what let the Chasm die before, and then win that way. But also the other thing about Chasm is like it's only really good against like the stock elf list, which doesn't really can't really beat it in my opinion. Um, but that list isn't too popular at the moment. Moto 5, so like my fears might be realized. Like I think this feels like I've gotten turn one by this player before, but I could be wrong. Yeah, having the out is important. I agree. I'm not. I'm assuming you're talking about the runoff out, or are you talking about the wasteland? Yeah, I think you want at least like two outs. So like my thinking is between crop rotation, Caracas, and the one run of foul. That's three outs. You can't play two runs. The problem is run tends to be awful in certain matchups, like DNTs for instance. Tends to be awful against like, any tribal deck really, goblins, elves. Um, it's like only really good against depths, lands, and Delver. And even Delver, it's like sometimes not always good. I think D&T's solid for what it's worth. I like. I haven't tested the new Yorion build myself personally, but I mean I've always been a fan of the deck, like playing 60 cards at least. From what I understand, like you should be beating the fair decks pretty consistently with Yorion. Your combo matchups, I think, probably get a little bit worse, but if the theory is right from what I've seen, it is the benefits you gain from beating fair decks from your end outweigh the benefits or the downside of being a little softer to combo. Also, Solitude is a sweet card. Yeah, so that's the other thing I've noticed. Solitude is like randomly good against a lot of combo decks. Namely, Sneak and Show is like one of them. Another one is Doomsday, where you can just kill their Oracle if need be. Elves is another one that Solitude is really strong in. So, like, you're probably worse against Storm based combo, but like Solitude is probably decent against a whole bunch of. Oh, okay, that's fair. Um, I bring that up, Jason, because I've had a lot of Doomsday players not respect removal out of Elves. Not to mention Elves has a faster clock, like they can finish in time if need be, but they do go for the non-empty library a lot against me in the past. Yeah, it can be good against Reanimator against like some hands. Yeah, I would imagine the Spirit is probably too slow on the draw, because like Elves, without Force of Will, these combo decks tend to mulligan aggressively and try to go Dark Ritual, or turn one Dark Ritual into Doomsday against you. I read the D&T Discord from time to time, and that's just the vibe I get. Being a, I guess, closeted D&T player myself. That's pretty funny against Oops, to be honest. It feels like I'm gonna get comboed, but I mean, there's nothing I can do, right? If they have it, they have it. Black fetches tend to be very dangerous. Might be Entomb, right? Nope. Thought it was gonna be Entomb right there. I It's funny. Oops, I find very difficult. I know I beat it earlier before the match against Jason, but okay, there it goes. Uh, I find it very hard to beat from Elves if you don't have Leyline or Mindbreak Trap. We had. Alright, we're just dead. Yeah, see, like, it's funny when you play Moto enough, you just recognize, like, certain names just feels combo to you. Maybe I should just mold to a Reclaimer. The weird thing is, like, I don't know why, like, their history doesn't pop up anymore in the stream chat. Anybody know how to fix that? Like, MTG Goldfish? I'll just yield. So, unfortunately, I don't have everything. I don't have mana to do everything I want here. Hey, how's it going? Good morning. We are 0 and 1 in this league. We'll see if our opponent can find the losing line. A lot against certain decks, I will concede. I don't really concede against Reanimator because I've beaten Gristlebrand a lot more times than I probably should have. I'll leave it at that. They should be attacking with both. Well, yeah, I think they should. Well, they might have just killed themselves doing that, to be honest. Like, we can just full on attack right now. Will this be the faded, beat Gristlebrand turn one? I mean, game one, because they draw too much. Yeah, I mean, Runcore did mention in the Discord channel that there's a lot of graveyard decks at the moment. We played Oops round one and won. They mulled to Oblivion, um, game one, and then game two we had Mindbreak Trap or double Mindbreak Trap, I should say. And then now this is our second match. We lost two so far, D&T, and we lost two lands. D&T, I probably kept a very sketchy game three hand, but sometimes that happens. Yeah, I agree. This is Eric Landon's fault. With him playing this deck again, it's become popular again. we're just dead here. Well, let me see. All right, now we're dead. Oop. Whoa. How did that happen? This is, you know, Moto at its finest. Wait, what happened to the game? Did they just kick me from the game? What? It says current match pending. How do you, okay, here. That's how. Hmm. I guess that kind of makes me feel better, I guess. Congrats on the 5-0, Jason. I'm more disappointed, like win or lose, I'm more disappointed myself. I should not have kept that game 3 hand. I'll bring it up after this match. If you're still around, so you saw what I kept. It was essentially a virtual Moto 5, and I just like tunnel vision because anytime an elf player sees natural order in the opening hand against DNT, it's like it's like the best way to beat DNT in my opinion post board. This is like potentially decent. I also played the percentages too. Like, I was like, oh, Jason had the Cage game 2. What are the odds he's gonna have it again? Ooh, thank you for the raid, Mr. Lee. I mean, the thing about Priest is I can kill it. I can't kill Cage is the problem. Jason was on DNT. Yeah, he was on DNT. So I won game 1 off a pretty lucky top deck. Otherwise, who knows what a... okay, interesting. That's quite annoying. I think the line here actually is to run up the bog and then Thoughtseize them. Because, I mean, yeah, unfortunately, I think this is the line. Thank you. They should have entombed in response. That was a mistake. Thank you for the raid, Mr. Lee, by the way. And for those of you joining, I am playing the new elf list that is back on full black, essentially. This is like pretty awkward, but I think maybe we're okay. And then I will review the bad hand I kept what is it called? The bad hand I kept game three against Jason. It was me just getting greedy and tunnel visioning into a natural order, which is like very good against DNT generally. It was a virtual five, and I just didn't really think it through because I kept it was a hand with I think two cradles, a fetch that has to represent force I think most of the time, and fatal push, and then Gris, and I just never drew anything relevant afterwards. And turn one cage was kind of brutal. Uh, I think here. We hope to draw. Well, actually, we cannot do that. The other thing about changing your sideboard hate is you don't want to be exploited by combo players if they know you're on Leyline or they know you're on Mind Break Trap. I tend to like to mix it up, and I know that frustrates some players. Interesting. Why would you have played it differently, Runcore? What would you have done? Like, we don't have scavenging ooze in the list. Sure. Yeah, I don't like dropping a 10. I don't think that matters. We have lethal the following turn anyways. Like, I don't think they're afraid of that. We knew they had a exhume. So their hand when we thought seized them was Gristlebrand, Scrubland, Chancellor, and yeah, like this. So they still have an exhume in hand. I mean, so the thing is, like, we know they have the. All good, no worries. So the thing is, like, sometimes I will play a little hastily in leagues because I'll be multitasking or streaming or whatever. I typically don't care too much if I like lose a game every once in a while because I'm playing too fast. But as a good rule of thumb in a tournament play, it is good to slow down a little bit, and because there's more stakes, right? Like the stakes are higher. For leagues, like who cares? I think I was fine with the way I played against Lance. Tim is also a good player, so it just like that's not a good matchup in general. Oh, thank you, and thank you for the subscription, Roncore, by the way. Appreciate that. I don't know what direction I'm gonna take with it yet, but I mean, I guess it's a start to have one. I'll post it again right here for those who are curious. Right now, there's no difference between $5 and $15 for anybody who wants to just like support me for whatever I did in the past. There's only one article on there right now that I wrote yesterday, which is pretty much an intro to Elves, the main deck at least. The next one, as you can guess, is just gonna be the sideboard. So I don't know when I'm gonna do that. Probably within the next week or so, and I have that out. I don't know what kind of schedule I'll be posting, but uh, we'll play it by ear, I guess, based on how the audience likes it. I think a common question I get is why not play the collective. The reason why is I think it's too slow, and by the time I can cast it, either you've already won the game already, or you need to dig out of a jam, and it doesn't do either of those things. Well, it locks up additional mana, but like a lot of times where you can cast this, you just want to close out the game. Yeah, so like I said, Runcor mentioned it. Like, if you guys just want to donate, I guess for like my contribution to the deck or whatnot, or I'll probably use the money to be honest for like new, maybe a new microphone or something for streaming purposes. So if that helps incentivize, you know, subscribing, then much appreciated. I think Runcor has seen the my post from on Patreon from yesterday, so he can feel free to talk about it some more if he wants. The good question. So one of the for a while, both Jorg and I were on Wasteland as a way to deal with Glacial Chasm, predominantly out of Green White Depths, specifically. The reason why I changed to Karakas is because I noticed I started winning against Green White Depths through Glacial Chasm, and if that's the case, I'd rather have a card I could draw into after they make the Merit Lage, if they main phase it, for instance. Also, show and tell is another reason. There's been a lot more show and tell lately for whatever reason. So important to fetch there before what's it called, before once, because you want to increase your draws or looks or the average of your looks. Echoing Truth, reanimate Thoughtseize. They can Thoughtseize themselves. The problem is if I take the Thoughtseize, well, they don't have any pitch. I think I take the Thoughtseize. Yeah, I don't think I want them to pitch. Not to mention the Thoughtseize can take the Reclaimer, but I think Wasteland is okay against Delver. I don't think it's the worst. For what it's worth, Runcor. Like I boarded it in against Delver before. Sure, I guess. I'm confused. What's going on? I think here we want to leave the option of hitting a discard spell. We drew really poorly here though. I don't really like against DNT. Like, I mean, it's like okay against Port, I guess, but I don't think that's what we want. But yeah, the Wasteland is just random. Sometimes you just want a random land too, like um, not the worst, I guess. Oh my god. The good thing is we do have Reclaimer up, and they, for some reason, use their Echoing Truth, which I do not think they should have done. Like you, in general, like when you're playing combo, you want to wait till the turn you're about to combo and then bounce whatever relevant, like Deathrite Shaman before. In this case, it's a Reclaimer. I like fully don't agree with their line. The unfortunate thing is we may not be able to punish them. They may have the show in. Well, maybe not. So what this does here is it turns on Cradle as a live draw. I think that's fine. We'll take the Lotus Petal, I guess. If we untap, we win. There's an argument to be made. We take the Gristlebrand because we know they can't beat it, but the the problem is we get punished by a Entomb top deck, right? Like, so probably still fine. We know their hand, like right here. I think they're just dead, right? 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, they're just dead here. We don't want to reveal in case we run into them in the future that we have Karakas. Or if you know you're gonna change your sideboard, you show them the Karakas because you're gonna cut it. The thing about leagues too is like it's a little bit inbred, unfortunately, and I just don't like to be naked, so to speak, and have um, pilots know what my exact list is at all times. Yeah. So we played 3 decks so far where Leyline would have helped, and we won 2 of them. So I think not bad. It's I wouldn't say it's a must, but it's like very good at having leagues. I think like we won, but we could have easily lost. So I agree to that extent. Here is one of the few times where you don't want to actually green sun for 0. And my logic is you want to pay off. In general, that's when you don't want to green sun for 0. If you don't have a payoff in your hand, it looks like it's DNT, or actually it could be just Tundra control. Um, So they're incentivized to swords there, and because they sword, that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and get Reclaimer. Otherwise, I would have got Heritage Druid, which is the power level of which is the power level of Green Sun. The ability to force a reaction and not even have to commit to it. Sure. Actually, we'll go back. We'll go for that line again. We have not played a land. We technically no, we're 1 mana short for Hoof. It's not bad. Let's see if we. Yeah, we still can. Actually, I won't attack. It could matter that I need to untap for some reason. The 1 damage is not worth it there. Could be a tap out for Euro here, which means they're just dead if they do that. They could. They're just dead anyways, to be honest. Hmm. I could just cash in. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm just gonna cash in my glimpse here. Oops. Terminus could be on top, which is pretty bad for us. Yep. Nope. I guess they did not have it. As the audience can see, against these control decks, I'm much more conservative than the average pilot. No, I didn't think it was worth it because you're not drawing off. What is it called? You're not drawing off the Visionary anyways. You only draw one, and I think I want to hold for now. I want this in hand just in case. Like You never know when you need the instant speed bog. Sure. It is a good card, yeah. I think I'll leave it like this. There's no need to commit more, but I think we don't care if we lose the Ranger or the Heritage. This card is like a pseudo time walk against us, but it's like there's some play around it too. All right, this is a must force. So as a general rule of thumb, I mentioned this before. You want to lead with all one drops first. So you might ask, why am I drawing there? Sorry, why am I continuing to glimpse before natural order? Because I want to draw into the shepherd or second natural order. Because what this does is okay, so I used that already. Now they gotta respond. Sure. I think here. We can just do it again. Might as well, right? Technically speaking, I should have, yeah, it's fine. So dress down is kind of annoying because it's an enchantment. Because otherwise you can just green natural order for Archon and then force the other natural order through. But didn't end up mattering. This is one of the matches where Snuff Out's absolutely insane. The ability to, not care about containment freeze is kind of huge. Debatable whether we want the Caracas. I feel like we don't want to really play that kind of game. Like, if it gets to a point where Euro's already on the field, you probably already lost, to be honest. And we already have Bog if people are concerned about, a very fast Euro. It's part of the reason why Reclaimer is very good. I think we take the symbiote. They probably have the swords. I just don't think we can not lead with Green Sun. I mean, they have it. This is like one of our best matchups in my opinion. I actually think this matchup is easier than D&T now. Guess I'll do that. They're gonna swords in response to that? Sure. I want the Reclaimer on board because every game you have Cradle, you're probably gonna win. Could be Euro here. Yeah. So we want to fade land into Prismatic Ending or Swords, and then we just take the Bog the Euro. We're gonna Bog on upkeep. They probably set up Terminus. Stop. Yep. You want to pitch the Arbor because essentially save a creature, right? We cast a Heritage, and maybe we didn't need to, but I don't really value it that highly in this matchup anyways, so it's fine. If nothing else, it forces out the Brainstorm and Terminus, which we'd rather not play against. Jesus. That is kind of hard to beat. Brainstorm, the Terminus, and the Jace is one of the ways we lose. There's not really anything we can do about that. We could play discard, but we wouldn't have drawn it. Well, I guess we could have drawn the discard earlier. Sorry, the discard instead of the Heritage Druid. Yes, it would be. I don't think we're winning from here. It's very hard to beat when they can go brainstorm into Terminus into either Jason or Uro. That's like one of the harder hands to like, but that's a 3 card combo, right? Like, yeah. If Progenitus was still in our library, it'd be not as bad. I'm almost certain we're just gonna get like ranched right now by the something at instant speed, but I don't think there's anything we can do about it. We gotta at least threaten the removal. What up? So my boy Jay Zhang is here, just in his honor. Force. I think we gotta get Gris here and pray that they don't have removal. Wow, they did not. Gris is unfair. Go Gary got too much this year. It is. It is. Got through that dress down, right? Oh man. So all right, they're taking out Gris out of the board, but I think its passive ability might be one of the most strong, one of the strongest passive abilities we've ever seen. The fact that this can be tutored with Green Sun or Natural Order. We're probably still dead, to be honest, but but it was nice while it lasted, right? This is just a Nombo right here. I wish we could have like a card. Uh, if you start with this card in your hand, uh, choose a card. You may never draw that card. It stays in your deck. Because I just draw this way too often. Actually, with this hand, I should have held it. I'm like autopiloting a little bit right now. Because I think this game is lost. We needed to untap there with Gris. Unfortunately, we did not. It's times like these where I wish I had the second Gris to tutor for. But, I mean, how am I supposed to know that the Progenitus is also on the field? I mean, in the hand. I think here, based on our board state, we just play to our natural order out and hope they just don't have anything. I mean, I've done it. It's just by that time you probably already won. That's actually one of my favorite lines. The overdraw because of Glimpse of Nature and Elvish Visionary, so that you can discard your Progenitus. Although by that time you're just like almost like playing your food, right? You can just natural order in most cases or Green Sun in most cases. Oh my god, punished. Punished. We're likely just dead. They're gonna have Earl online. The thing is, even if we draw one drop here, we can draw what, one at most? Two, actually, sorry, two at most. But I think we're just dead to this Earl. I don't even think Krog is like particularly great because they can still often cast it again. Or cast it two more times, I should say. Oh, thanks, Jonathan. For those who don't know, one more time for the crowd that Force of Negation is unfair. Should be banned in all formats. Alright, we'll try it. We have no choice now with the Earl on board. Alright, now I think we're just dead. I'm just gonna concede. I'd rather, not play out the. Maybe we're at 5% chance to win. I don't know what it is, but in the interest of chat, I'd rather not make us slog through and actually get through more interesting games. Oh, actually, I forgot. Let me bring up one thing. Keep. Snap keep. I'm gonna lead with Shepherd, believe it or not. We do have a second one. I mean, if they have two removal spells, so be it. I value the diversity that Birchler brings. Sure. Ooh, very awkward draw. Wow, they have it. That's not bad, I guess. So the argument to what is it called? Wow, three swords. The argument to lead with the birch sword there is so that you can play through double removal into force. But I didn't really care as much about that because I have the second ash sword too. So I'm gonna continue to just keep jamming. Misty. It's really bad for us if they have a dress down here. So we know one card is Jace. I think we just get it, and then if they have it, they have it. There's an argument to be made to get Gris, but I just think the upside of percentage is way higher. Hopefully they don't draw into Terminus here. But the Reclaimer can take the Jace off the board at least. If that's the case. Alright, so that's good news. They don't have the Terminus. Otherwise they would have fetched there. Um, it's funny too because I say I'm pretty conservative, but then when it comes to these situations, like, you're still a combo player at the end of the day. You have to make them have it. They're passing here, which makes me wonder what they drew. It's possible they drew into a brainstorm. Like, it's gotta be Terminus or bust here. Like, they already used three swords, so that's out of the question. Could be a brainstorm, try to Terminus us here. Dress down is kind of annoying here, though. I'll do it this way. Sometimes when that's true. That is a very good point. Because you don't want to give your opponent outs. Alright, so our opponent is not happy. They are drawing a bunch of cards right here, but it is what it is. 2-1 so far. Can't really complain. Played the maximum 9 games, ironically. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick break so use the restroom. I'll be back in 30 minutes. 30 seconds. And then we'll just go over. We'll play match 4. I'll be right back. Okay, Lou. Streaming right now. That noise you're hearing in the background is my dog just losing it because his mom is home. I did remember one thing. As promised, I'm gonna show the hand I kept against Jason earlier, game 3, going for the 5-0. It was not advisable. There you go. So I kept this hand. In hindsight, you probably mold this hand. Anytime I see natural, I get baited into it, unfortunately. But like I said, unless I'm fetching what's it called, Bayou turn 1 into Heritage, which is not the best play. I think this is actually a mole, but like just natural is just too tempting, I guess. That is my excuse, I guess. So Jason, if you are on the line. If you are still watching, that is the hand I kept. Let's add some new moderators, just because I'm in the mood. Runcore, you can be a moderator, and Jason, you can be the moderator for a. I like to reward people who are here consistently. Mods. Oops. I think that worked. Let me just double check. Mod. Yep, already. And Tiki Dan. This username looks familiar. I just don't remember what they're on. Luckily, I don't think they're on a turn 1 deck, but you never know. Could be Depths, maybe, or Elves. Could be Posts, I guess. There's only certain. Okay, they're on Depths. Original bug decks. Sorry, black-green Depths. Our hand here is decent against them. They can't conveniently. They can't take natural order. I would not have done that if I were them. I would have taken the Green Sun. Actually, yeah, I think you take the card that can be any card. I'm gonna leave with a Well, if they have another discard, I'm gonna leave with a Shepherd. If they want to kill that, they can. The reason being is because I want the Green Sun to represent natural order. Sorry, to represent Visionary. In case they have a second discard. That cracking of the back is me getting old. Are they missing land drops? What is going on? Looks like they're gonna play their Depths then. Norn definitely not blocking. Alright, so they're on slow Depths, which I guess was apparent with. I should have known better. or not known, but not surprising, I guess. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the heads up. Oh, so I don't know if you missed it earlier, Jason, or not. I revealed my hand for game three. What did they reveal off the crop rotation? Okay. So yeah, so the hand was like double Cradle. That's already pretty bad. A fetch, fatal push, natural order, and Gris. So in hindsight, it's just a horrible keep on my behalf. Natural order is just too tempting. Possibly a wasteland coming? No, it could be a yeah. Oh, actually, I was gonna guess Urborg into Hexmage, but now I kind of wish I Green Sun. I feel like I just block here. I also made a bad mistake. I should have Green Sun for 0. Because then you can cast the Archon, right? Me not, playing optimally right now. Yeah, so one mistake already made. I definitely should have Green Sun for 0 there. My dog has the zoomies right now. Yeah, I agree with Jason. Like when the elf player already has a ton of mana, like I don't know how much you should try to end the game because I've mentioned it before on stream. The way you beat elves is not really with permission, discard. If you cut their mana, oh, okay, let me rephrase that. Aside from the elf player getting turn one, like or getting Gristlebrand, the way you beat elves is you constrain their mana. If they already have the mana, you better hope you can end the game soon because you're not gonna be able to grind them out if they have the mana already. I think here I definitely want the Caracas. I feel like they're on engineer because they're on the slower build, so I'm gonna bring that in. Run of Fowls are good. I think we want the fatal pushes too here. I think it's gonna get real grindy based on the way these games are gonna go out. Like, don't think I want the Grist. It's still kind of slow. Definitely don't want the Bog. I think we cut some of the some of the grind engine, but actually, what am I doing? I should actually no. Snuff out doesn't hit what I wanted to, so it's fine. They're really critical cards for them to have. I typically don't like to board in cards for just four ofs, but there's some merit. The problem is like could be really dead. Um, I have not drawn it, but it has been pretty good in general in the games I've played with it. There is one downside of the card. You can't really play two, in my experience. Uh, the first league I played two just to get a feel for it to make sure I drew the card. It's a death sentence to draw two against Delver. It's very savage though against like D&T and like Vile decks. I think here we just push the Reclaimer and call it a day. This is kind of cool. Their Yavimaya is turning on my fetch. Interesting that they're playing, wow, Yavimaya and Urborg probably. Alright, that was awkward. I think we have to hope to draw into the crop rotation, the Caracas, or the run of foul. Actually, I'm gonna deck. I should have deck thinned. I don't think it. It shouldn't. It didn't really matter, I guess, because we didn't draw the land, but probably smart to do so. So here, our last out now is a just hitting the Caracas off the Once Upon a Time. Not quite there, unfortunately. I'm gonna make them go for it because and not concede because I've had people not go for it because I've left mana up. All right, now I'll concede. Um, I am debating if I want to change my boarding strategy. I think it's probably fine. I don't know how fast or slow they're on, but I mean, Jason mentioned they're not on pedals, so they can't be that fast. Oof, so close. I don't think we can keep that either. That's not bad. Actually, I'm gonna put that away and then put this away. Sure. Sucks that we have to go to 5. I don't like our odds this game because of that. It's funny because we don't have the ley line in the sideboard, but we want our reanimator matchups or the graveyard matchups, but we have the Caracas and we probably will lose this match, and we lost against lands. Although the lands matchup wasn't really because of didn't really impact us to have the Caracas. I think here we just play everything. Actually, no, that's not. Sylvan Scrying or library? Probably not library actually, because they're playing Once Upon a Time. Dark Confidant, yep. I'm starting to believe that this is just bait for us, and maybe we just don't kill it. Based on how this is turning out. Jeez, just whipped on all of that. That's fair. I'll trust your instinct on that. There's an argument to be made. We don't gamble too on the Once Upon a Time. We play it safe and get the cradle. In hindsight, I probably like that better. I do need to clean up my play tonight. Not playing the best. So Confidant really revealing Abrupt Decay is kind of awkward for them because it doesn't look like they have the mana. The thing is, like, if we have the cradle, it's also a little dangerous, right? Because our opponent could have had a wasteland, and that's another reason to leave Reclaimer up for cradle, and then you save the Once Upon a Time for later. Looks like our opponent has awkward mana. Yeah, see, now we got kind of punished. Hopefully we get bailed out. seems bad if they have to spirit guide into decay. I think that's what they're gonna do though. They kind of. Oh, okay. If they don't have a land here, I think that's game. We just gotta. I don't want to jinx it by saying what we don't want to draw. They could spirit guide into crop rotation here, which would be nasty, but I don't think there's anything we can do about that. Could be crop rotation right now into wasteland. That's true. We can't stop their Merit Lage anyways because of the Safekeeper. But I mean, we didn't play well, but we still got there here. Like luckily. I wonder what our opponent has because they try. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. All right, again, better lucky than good. Like, I think that was a case of the deck carrying the pilot because I probably should have just what is it called? I probably should have just tutored for the cradle on the one turn we once upon a time. Just not playing particularly well at the moment. Apparently something's going on with the U.S. soccer is playing Honduras today. For those of you who follow that, I wonder who did if the U.S. won. Oh wow, they won 4-1, but they were down. That is interesting, definitely. All right, we went from 4-0 into 4-1. Maybe we can do the reverse, the 0-1 into the 4-1. So earlier, I know it was brought up that Runcor's been playing my deck. How do you like the new build, Runcor? So Dino attacks are interesting. Like they tend to be really good against the spell based combo decks where the like Show and Tell and Doomsday, but like against like Green White Depths, it's kind of a liability in my opinion because you can never get through their knights and just random creatures like Arbor and whatnot because there's no trample, right? I tend to not like Shepherd in the like the green-white depths matchup. It tends to be very good. The more all-in and combo-y and faster the builds, the more Shepherd is good. The slower the matchup, the better Reclaimer is. So they kind of highlight each other's strengths and weaknesses. So this is a known painter player. I think we probably keep. The reason why I know they're a painter player is because I think they're in the same, at least time zone slash league time as me, because I've run into them a good amount. So yeah, the virtual grindstone is online now. I should have led with Heath here, to be honest, in case they think I'm on depths. But I mean, yeah, if I was a little more careful there instead of autopiloting, I would have done that. Just little percentage, winning on the margins, as my buddy Jonathan Zhang would say. Accrue value on the margins, right? No more water. So that's gotta be for Painter. We could just be dead, depending what they have. They would need 3 mana, well, 2 additional mana right now. Wait, what? Oh my god, they had it all. Okay, so my play didn't matter. What I should have done was just play Shepherd into Green Sun for 0, not just lethal next turn, and instead of messing around with this Visionary. Snuff Out, luckily, is kind of insane in this matchup. Fatal Push is like decent. I think obviously the Collector Oof. We don't want the Cabal Pit because it doesn't kill it, and then they have like multiple goblins presumably. I just board out the slower stuff. I don't think there's anything else we want. These creature combo matchups, I tend not to like Thoughtseize. Well, actually, let me take that back. It depends. Like something like Allurin, sure, because they're not really that creature combo. They're like more like a they have the incidental creature kill, but I don't like it really against like Infect or Cephalid Breakfast or in this case Painter. The reason being is because you get behind on mana, you just end up getting templed out because you're just playing defense the whole time, and you can never develop your board. Speaking of the Snuff Out, that is nice to see. This and Infect are like some of the most savage uh, plays you can have with Snuff Out because they go for the win and then they're tapped out. You're tapped out and they think the coast is clear and you just blow them out. Especially in the case of Infect, I've done it in like Pauper, for instance, where the Infect player goes for the win and it's like I'm tapped out and just terramorphic expanse for a swamp, and then just snuff out the blighted agent or whatnot. This hand would be amazing if we had one more land. Obviously, the grist can be natural order too. I think we have no choice but to green sun for 0 here. We can't afford to rely on the top deck. On a single top deck. Nice. So we can grist here and attempt to take out the, well, that would be a little awkward, I think. Yeah, I guess we can do that. They're thinking about power blasting it. They may let us minus and then power blast the arbor in response, and then in response we'll snuff out the servant. Sure. Jesus. Okay. Was saving grist not worth the snuff? Oh shoot! Yeah. I brain farted actually. Yeah, I thought about that line, and for some reason I like brain farted on the other application. No, that's a good point. Yeah, I messed up there. Yeah. We'll see. I think the grist is worth it there personally, because they have to do everything on one turn. It's just a brain fart on my behalf, to be honest. I even thought about it too. I was like, oh, if they kill the arbor in response to me minusing, and then I just like forgot about it for some reason. Yeah, I could. I said because I said earlier I could like snuff out in response to them targeting the power blast on the arbor, and then for some reason I just like spaced out making the same analogy on the power blast on the grist. I think here. We just apply pressure. They have a play. We'll see what it does. Maybe they're thinking about if they want to kill the druid or okay, they want to kill the shepherd. That's fine. Yikes, that's not good. Yeah, I threw this game with the whoa. Okay, so they didn't get this painter. I threw this game earlier, but oh, all right. That's on me. That one's on me. I'll play another one. That was kind of bittersweet. Yeah, I don't know. What? I'll let this run. I'm gonna get water real quick, and then I'll discuss what happened. So yeah, I thought about the line with the power blast on Dryad Arbor, but for some reason I didn't like think about to do it in response to the grist on the stack. The good thing is life works in mysterious ways. We can redeem ourselves here potentially. That or double down on the losing. I think here we're gonna fetch black, not respect of Magus of the Moon. Um, I think we want the Heritage Druid for mana. If they want to bolt, I want to expose the Shepherd. Hmm. We can crop dig here. I don't think they have removal because they should have played it already. They might have like an inline tutor or something on it at the end of turn. So we have lethal next turn. So our opponent is either thinking about E2 right here, or they chose not to use the bolt earlier. I can't see it being anything up besides those two. E2. Yeah. They're gonna take 20 damage for what it's worth if they don't have an answer. Painter's not really an answer to because that just dies, right, in combat. They could blast. They could go Painter into blast one of our guys, I guess. Or blast the cradle. Okay, I'm kind of glad they did that because they could have just blasted one of our guys in response. If we bounce it and they have the win, then they win anyways. But now they just lose, right? Or they can. Yep. So that was a mistake on their behalf. We gave them one, they gave us one back. I think that's how we boarded last time. My dog wants to play. Nice. We have the removal hand. Thank you for the follow, F Freak 125. Lou, that's enough. In these kind of matchups, you kind of see the difference between Fatal Push and Abrupt Decay. 1 mana versus 2. Because you can easily just lose the game without ever having to cast Decay. They can go second 2 into Grindstone. Jesus, okay. Well, that's a problem. I should have played the Arbor there, but I mean, I don't think it's gonna matter. No, I think we just lost. Unfortunately. Wow. Yeah, it's like strange too because I actually don't think Moon is that great in this matchup, but I mean, it is what it is. We're just dead here. Like, what are we gonna do? Not kill the painter when they're tapped out? All right. Let's see. Hey Phil, how's it going? I mean, the alternative is not to kill the painter, but then you just die, right? Like, I mean, I don't think Moon is that great against us. So if they went for the high variance play or high variance subs board, and it worked out there, but I think I'm okay with the line that we took. Uh, keep not particularly good to be honest, but it does things. Ideally, one of these other cards is a second land. Yeah, like I am okay with the line that we took. I like we could just die if we tap out there. Sometimes like things that are high variance can still work out for your opponent, or vice versa. You make a high variance play and then it works out for you. No. I started playing with the Black Splash Fatal Push. About they're gonna moon us again. Oh my god, what is going on? What was I gonna say? Yeah, I started playing with the Black Splash about a week ago, a week and a half ago. Probably, actually, I should have attacked there. What am I doing? This is quite aggravating. Like, if I fetch basic, this just doesn't do anything. Like, I don't know. This could be an issue though of yeah, I think I agree. Like the thing is like maybe I mold that hand, but it's hard to keep. Sorry, and we just drew horribly here, but like it has everything we want essentially in the opening hand, minus a second land. I like the black splash because the mana is better. Phil. Obviously not here, but in general. Swords is obviously the stronger card, but I mean we lost to some variants here. I don't believe. What is conceded? I don't believe Moon is particularly good against us, but sometimes it happens. Yeah. I think that okay. There's a couple of reasons. I'll bring up the deck, Phil. Or Freak 125. Why I like the Black Splash better. I think it's because Thoughtseize is too good not to play, in the sense that I don't believe you're ever gonna beat combo without Thoughtseize, and I'm not the type where So I play elves a good amount. I'm not. There's two schools of thought, right? You either make your medium matchups or decent matchups even better, the blue ones, and hope to dodge combo, or no therapy because I think if you whiff with therapy, you just lose the game. Um, or the second school of thought is you fix the combo matchup, which I think is easier to do than trying to hate out blue decks. I mean, I could play choke and things like that, but I don't. I think there's diminishing returns because I feel pretty favored against the fair blue decks already. Like, I don't think we dropped a match today. Oh, we're playing against Doomsday, or what I would assume is Doomsday. I could be wrong. No, yeah, no. So I rather target the bad matches, which is the fast combo with, and I don't think you can beat fast combo without black in elves. Like the new card that got spoiled recently, curse is some white curse. I don't remember, but what is it called? That okay, that cruel. I don't remember what the new curse that came out recently. I'll bring it up right now. I think it's like decent because it like helps against show and tell, which is like one of your worst matchups and probably unwinnable without black. Where is that card? Here we go. So Curse of Silence. So they're mode of 4. It must be on combo, right? Like against these known combo players, you want either a fast hand. Well, game one you just want a fast hand. They force. They force. That's fine. Like now they have 2 cards. Unless it's Dark Ritual Doomsday, like that's fine with us. So for those of you soccer buffs out there or football, unfortunately Christian Pulisic got hurt. Curse of Spellpierce, sure, that's one way of thinking it. So Jax, who's a noted turn one combo player, said that he doesn't foresee Show and Tell ever beating that card. So between that and like Mindbreak Trap, or if you want to play Deafening Silence, I think there is a world in the near future where you can just go straight green white. You do lose Grist though, which is a hell of a card. The other reason, oh, they're speaking of the devil. I think we just play that to be honest, and then represent lethal next turn. Grist doesn't do anything here. They're a known Doomsday player. They're the original Doomsday player actually. This is Albert Huang, I believe. I think that's his last name. I could be wrong. I remember because back in the days before Thassa's Oracle, I was trying to learn Doomsday when you actually had to count to 10. And that is a much harder deck to play than it is currently. Sensei's Divine Intel was like pretty important in that deck, and then after it got banned, people started experimenting with what is it called? Active Impulse, I think it's called. It's a 3 mana exile top 3 cards of your library, and then you can cast them this turn. But when you can order your library, turns out that card is pretty good. I think our opponent knows that They're probably dead next. Well, let me see. Okay, now they're just dead. I have lethal on board now. I don't believe there's a current pile you can win with no mana. Like if they had one mana. Oh, okay, let's see. So I don't believe they realize that we have lethal because of that. Yeah, double cycler might do it because you can go into LED, right? But here they only have one card left, so they're just dead. Yeah, or they have one mana with the new card Consider. They can do it too. That's coming on the next set. I was just talking to Max, who was online earlier today, and what is it called? Um, he's gonna play four. I know it's definitely at least a one up because then you can make piles that can win with no mana, which is sick. It does go through the graveyard though. So I'm always on the fence whether boarding the removal. Um, some people play around it, some people don't. Um, it's like pretty iffy, I think. I can see boarding in like one snuff out and just like not boarding in the well. I think it could be decent because also it's good. It makes them run into Mindbreak Trap, which is good. Uh, I think based on the way we board it, we can take out the Glimpse of Natures. Like we're not gonna tap out and make them have to beat removal or represent removal, I should say. I've seen it. I've seen it to the point where like Kai and Ethan will go. Oof, sure. We'll play Doomsday and make a pile of Cycle, Oracle, and just like leave two cards in the library because they expect Mindbreak Trap. And I think if they don't respect removal, you play removal. And if you see that they respect it, then you obviously don't bring it in. It's kind of what is the word I'm looking for? It like changes all the time because you have to guess. If I believe I haven't played against Albert in a long time, so I don't remember if they play around Mindbreak Trap or not. By default, most Doomsday players before would play around it. I mean, it's got to be either the Thoughtseize or the Natural Order. Like, sorry, oh, it could be the Green Sun to be honest too. Honestly, I think Thoughtseize makes the most sense, but maybe their hand is bad. Yep. I mean, that's what I would take if I was on the other side, not knowing what the rest of their hand is. Nice. That's actually a really good draw. So this is kind of awkward, right? Like, If you show the shepherd, they're gonna force or daze whatever you get. So I just take the land, I think. They may not even have the what's it called it. They may not even have the permission. Not to mention you want to leave with green sun anyways. So actually, there's an argument to be made to take the heritage there because you can actually turn to them with for Archon, but you lose to a daze. And now I kind of regret not taking it. Ugh, that is not what I want to draw. Their hand has got to be permission by this point. Like they haven't done anything. Oh, I'm getting pretty punished for not fetching. Yeah, the not playing the fetch and then deck thinning there is now coming back to bite me. Our opponent is possibly rusty because they're taking quite a while. Hmm. So I think we could have taken the heritage, but we whiffed on the creature anyways. The other line was take the shepherd, but then they force maybe they force or daze the green sun otherwise. But maybe that's okay with us. At minimum, it would be a turn 3, but maybe that's too slow. I think probably you take the heritage. Given that they already took our Thoughtseize away. The best top deck here would be Mindbreak Trap because they can't really play around Fatal Push um, without running into Mindbreak Trap. All right, let's see what they have in the sideboard. So all the fast manas there. They're running one personal tutor at least, three street reefs, two edge of autumns, two personal tutor, uh, chain of vapor. So they have one out to the Archon, I guess. Interesting that they did not get the Lion's Eye Diamond. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Phil. I personally think like in these days you want like the strongest cards possible, and this version I think just plays more individually strong cards because I think Reclaimer is, in my opinion, a top three creature in Legacy, and I don't think you want to be missing out on that kind of power level in 2021. All right, so I think what we could do here is now they're gonna play around removal, and I'm just gonna board out the fatal pushes since they've already seen it. They're not gonna walk into removal. This is a snap keep, two discard spells. win condition. It has pretty much everything. The other thing about Reclaimer too is some of your worst matchups are graveyard related, and just being able to race those combo decks is a big thing. Especially game one against like Reanimator, for instance. If you're on the play and they reveal Chancellor, you can go like once upon a time, not pay into Reclaimer and then hope to untap, and then if you do, you win the game. Or like things like Hogak, which hasn't been around admittedly, but also in the fair matchups, it's just so much better. Like this representing a Cradle at all times is it's a kill on sight. Um, I think, in my opinion, in Elves, this is the strongest creature. I think followed by Allosaurus Shepherd. Closely behind is third is Water with Symbiote is how I have it ranked at the moment. Thank you, I appreciate that, Phil. Are you in my Discord? If not, I'd recommend joining that. I have a lot of useful information on there that if you're just learning, if you want to learn the Reclaimer version, might be of use. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Okay. I should have actually taken the Birch Lore, but I mean, I think we just lost on that. We're not quite out of it yet, but we are in big trouble right now. The good thing is we at least put 5 cards on the bottom. So if we can top deck a Bayou or a Fetch, we could be back in this game. But it does not look good based on that. So, Phil, do you need the link for the Discord or no? I'll post it here actually. Hold on. 1 second. Here's the link. Here's the Discord link for everybody. I apologize, chat. I know this is not too fun to watch, but Unfortunately, we're out of this game from not hitting the land on the once upon a time. It does happen like roughly 23% of the time, I think. I have to look at the math again. But it feels bad when it does happen, especially when the audience is watching. Like I know this is not particularly fun to watch through, especially since like it's a slow death too, right? Like they have to they'll be playing around multiple things in their pile, um, and it could be a while. Yeah, my experience is um, not so much Doomsday. In Doomsday, I guess more experienced players sometimes are even a little slow. But for me personally, I've run into a lot of new test players, and that's been probably the most frustrating in terms of like waiting to die and then it taking a while, so to speak. I could concede, but sometimes they make mistakes. I actually faced a newer elf player yesterday too. Sorry, was it two? I think it might have been either yesterday night, like because I only played like two matches last night, but um, they pretty much had the game won, but they didn't realize they could just bounce Visionaire on my turn too, and ended up losing the match. And they were like 12 or 15 minutes behind me. It was kind of unreal. It's possible our opponent is streaming as well. If chat wants, I'll just concede because this is getting kind of ridiculous. This is game two. Actually, no, it might be game three. I won game one. I take that back. That's right. I won game one because I just had a fast kill and then they didn't. Hopefully, we get the mind break trap here. Nope, we did not hit a land. So that I guess that would explain why our opponent is took a while if they're streaming, but it's kind of painful for us on our side. Although it does make sense because I do know this is an experienced Doomsday player, which is why I'm a little confused why it's taking a while. I apologize, Chad, for that. I know that was very painful to watch. Normally, I start a new league already if it's 0-2, but um, yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Lang Lens. I'm not sure if the rest of us in our side was enjoying it, to be honest. I mean, I'm trying to put myself in the viewer's perspective from our perspective at least, and having to wait for like 5 minutes for a resolved Doomsday is not a fun experience. Uh, this username looks familiar. I just don't remember what they're on. I think I'm gonna fetch before once, just to. I mean, I don't mind Doomsday. I mean, it's a hard matchup, admittedly. I think it's more so the waiting was kind of cumbersome there. I actually respect Doomsday players a lot. It's especially before when the deck wasn't as easy to play. It's easier now because of Oracle, but um, still one of the harder decks of Legacy. Not as hard as ours, but one of the harder decks. So I think in terms of difficulty, our deck is probably. Oops, we passed, but it didn't matter. Our deck is probably the most difficult deck to play in Legacy, in my opinion. Uh, Possibly all of Magic, but I have to like look at some of the other decks in Magic to know. But I do think this is the hardest deck to play in Legacy. I think it was probably Doomsday before a couple of things, right? Before Oracle got printed, and also before Reclaimer got introduced into this deck, which makes it much more difficult to play. Sure. Um, do we have lethal? I think we do. D&T is difficult to master, I think. I agree with that. I think just to pick up and play, I personally play D&T, and I think just to pick up and play, it's not too bad. But it is difficult to master. I'll agree with that. There's a lot of like interactions that the common player isn't aware of for D&T. So now that I know what they're on, I think I do recognize them as a Hogak player normally. We do not have Leyline, unfortunately, but Oof is pretty good. I don't like Archon. Gris is slow here. Caracas is like solid. Um, let's see how I normally board. I think this is how I normally board. I think that's fine. If it was the Madness deck, there's some merit for Fatal Push, but I don't think this is like where what we want. Like we can beat Ben's Vine typically. One thing about Elves is you don't want to overboard. The natural bog here is not bad. It's funny too because sometimes you naturally draw a bog against zero and it ends up being really good because they want to force a reclaimer or whatnot. Um, there is an argument to be made to bog now. Might be a little bit greedy not to do so. I'm trying to think how we get punished here. They can fetch into another Stitch into a Hogak. I think we play the odds. Let's see if they can do it. Can do everything they want here. Even if they have Hogak, we do have the Reclaimer online. We can just get Caracas. Like we get much more rewarded if we can bog this following turn. If they decay, that's great for us here. That's fine. All right, so we got rewarded for waiting a turn. I think we commit this to the board and then we bog. The reason for commitment is because we can potentially natural order the following turn. Um, it would represent oof, I guess. Let's see what this card does. Sorcery speed, okay. So Archon is not that great against them if they're boarding that in. I don't think we care. Our hand is not particularly great, but I feel pretty good about this board state. I don't know what they're doing. There's really no reason to trophy the Birch Lore there. Sure. Like if I top deck a green sun, it could be ooze, and you rather save the trophy for the ooze than kill a random birch lore. Oh, we cannot. Hmm, that is quite aggravating. If we top deck any creature here, then we have lethal. Uh oh. They may not go for it though because we have 5 cards in hand. We haven't played anything. Oh, that's a lot worse now for us. Yikes. Oh, okay. Well, now we're just dead. Yeah, Bog's really good. So I'm kind of curious. They didn't go for it here. Maybe because if they mill, they have to hit. They have. I don't. They don't have another creature, I guess. But they can. They can sack one. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest. We have no choice but to natural order this turn. It's not gonna be lethal, but we have to get the collective. Otherwise, we lose. We're gonna take a lot of damage here. 12, 13 to be exact. No block. Or there's a chance. Alright, we have lethal now. Wow. I cannot believe we stole this win, essentially. Um, I'm trying to think what we're playing around here. If they have the Assassin's Trophy, we want to make sure we have lethal through it. That's 6, 13. I don't think we want to risk losing. They didn't seem like they seem like they're on F6, so. Yeah. if they were, I'd be tempted to Green Sun, but then I think you just potentially lose to something random there. Our opponent made some questionable plays. Looks like it's D and T. I think put that on the bottom. Here I'm gonna lead with Heritage. I think tends to be the weakest elf. I think because we drew the fetch land, I'm gonna represent Arbor and have Ranger up for it. Let's save time. Ooh, we got rewarded for leading with a glimpse. With the we got rewarded there for leading with the visionary. Pretty good draw. So we can represent lethal, like now. I think they got GTA right. Like they should at least. Yep. So our opponent is under the gun, right? Because presumably one of these three cards is natural order. They don't know that it's not, but they have to assume that's a likely scenario, and they don't have the wasteland. Otherwise, they would um, instant wasteland the guy's cradle. Um, I think they are dead, but there's a chance they're not. They must block here. The alternative is they have a solitude and then they don't have to. Yeah. I'm not gonna mess around and try to visionary and then miss, and suddenly the mom can turn on a GTA. Like, there's no need to. Oops. I should not. I should board this out. Thank goodness. Do not get punished. You don't want Archon in for this matchup. Crop Chase is like decent at least, but you definitely don't want the Archon. Let's see. What did we lose to earlier? I don't think there's anything I could have done about this other than not fetch. Well, actually, that's not true. Um, so I punted in the previous league against Eddie Viscosity by not getting the grist down, not snuffing out their painter servant. But I think here, like we kept a decent hand that but the problem is it lost to Blood Moon 2 games in a row, and I think it's one of those things you live with. Our other loss to Doomsday, I don't think I mind that so much. Like we got a little bit punished. We flooded out a little bit, but I think we played fine there as well. The big loss that we punted was in the previous league, going for the 4-1. As you can see, this deck is not very forgiving, and it's probably one of the reasons why it's not as more popular because it doesn't really. There's fewer ways to get back into the game if you made a huge mistake. The mistakes tend to be game losing mistakes. But if you play well, as in some of the other matches that we did, there's a lot of play to beat a lot of hate. Like this deck is very resilient. I've beaten things like Plague Engineer without ever removing it from the board. Comes up a lot with Progenitus or just even Reclaimer, but I think this is good. Also, Gaia's Cradle is the most busted card in the deck, and having 4 extra Reclaimers means you have consistent access to Cradle. Not to mention the Once Upon a Times, which I think is like arguably even stronger than Reclaimer, which I don't say that lightly. It did cost us 1 game though when we missed, but that does happen every once in a while. I'm okay with I can live with that. It will happen that you'll miss, and then in that game, unfortunately against Doomsday, we never drew the land. There's been times where I miss and then I get back in the game, but you do need to draw within the first few draw steps. Sure. As a general rule of thumb, I like to, and I don't always do it, admittedly. I like to lead with the Windswept because at least there is some consideration you're on green, white depths. This is game 2, obviously, so they know what we're on, but as a general heuristic. This is like an ideal almost hand against D&T. You can go off turn 2 with Glimpse if they don't have Spirit of the Labyrinth, or if they do have Spirit of the Labyrinth, you can still natural order. the longer the game goes, the more you're in danger of losing the games to TNT, in my experience. Because all they have to do is just get GTA to connect, and you probably lose. That smells like a containment priest, like 2 mana do nothing. I think I want the basic still. I'd be shocked if that's not a containment priest. I'd be curious what they kept. Yeah, because it wasn't, I don't know what they kept. It must be 3 drops in their hand. Maybe there's like a weird. They top deck a Cauldron or something. I don't know. Seems kind of shaky not to do anything the first 2 turns of the game. Like the relevant 3 drop that comes to mind is like Sanctum Prelate, but wow, they're not even doing that. Like, unless they don't want to reveal the containment freeze, that's the only thing I can think of. Could be a mind brick trap. That's the other thing. So we'll see if they tap out here. The good thing is we can play the mind brick trap pretty easily here. Now we have the kill, like through a couple of different things. Sure. So they're just dead. They won a 5 in their defense. All right. I'm just gonna try to finish out this league for the night. Salvage this bad start. Oops. Sorry, I was checking my phone. My cousin tweeted, texted me that she finished her fantasy football league or draft. Oops. Take that off. This is like a mold to 6 already, but the 6 is like okay. It's a little slow. We don't know what our opponent is on. I need to fix that, by the way. Let me see. Interesting. I think I am okay with that. We just one mana him them with arguably our worst card. Oh, they're playing Aloran. Well, I don't agree with their line, but I can see what they're doing. So they're gonna engineer, well, not gonna engineer us here, interesting. I think we have to hit, we're gonna pass. This smells like a opposition agent or something like that. Or Hull Breacher. Sure. That doesn't make any sense what's going on. Why would they waste their decay when they could just play the engineer? I'm kind of confused. I know they're on the Lurin. It's just, well, I don't understand what's going on here. This will be telling what they tutor for. If they tutor for the win condition, they have a Lurin in hand. Interesting. I think Cradle here is just too good not to take. Ooh, that crop rotation is gonna be very handy. So in these situations, Korean Ranger is like a Nettle Sentinel. For those who aren't aware. Our opponent probably gives us the game because for some odd reason they did not want to play their player engineer. Like we can beat a plague engineer, but it's not as easy as it should have been. The awkward thing about Snuff Out in this matchup is it actually doesn't do anything. All the creatures that are relevant are black. Um, Sometimes they go for the kill, and I think having Fatal Push is better than Thoughtseize here. It means we're a little softer to Plague Engineer because we can't seize it ahead of time, but I think it's probably okay. Probably want the Progenitus and just play this as a fair matchup. The crop rotation was pretty nasty there to combo into. I think we can remove one Birch Lore and just keep. Probably don't want the Bog to be honest. Then we can keep one Birch Lore. I've had my learned opponents go for it, and then I push or swords in response, and it's a complete blowout. That's not even close. Question here is what to keep, and unfortunately, I think I don't really want to keep this card. We have two turns to draw a land. The Kabop is like really bad here. Three if you count the Visionary. Unless they force this. The reason why I didn't like the Cabal Pit is it only casts Visionary with our hand. It doesn't cast anything else. Alright, hope to draw a land here. You're gonna force the Visionary? Okay. We could be dead next turn. Um, Actually, no. They would have had it in hand. That should draw a force if he had it. Or they had it. Some good draw. Oh, okay. Actually, cancel. Get the attack in first. Our opponent doesn't seem to have a great hand. It's not lethal, so there's no point to go for the natural order here. That actually helped a lot. The thing is, I don't want to lose to like a naturally drawn a natural win condition. I forgot the guy's name, but the the black legend that came from the most recent set. So I think it's correct here to leave Fatal Push open. Well, the thing is, like, I have to be able to turn on Fatal Push too. I think I can pass here actually, and not get greedy. Reclaimer actually turns on Fatal Push for their 3 drop. That's like irrelevant. Yeah, so they know. Like, I'm not like they didn't play particularly well game one. I don't know about game two, but we salvaged the league at 3-2 after a rough start. Doomsday is the hard matchup. This one, it's we got hit by the variance. Like, I don't think Blood Moon's very good against us, and they happen to have it both times where it was. Um, we played them in the 5th round of the previous league as well, and we punted that match. Anybody have questions for the what's it called for the deck? I think I'm gonna call it night now. But I'd be willing to answer any questions. I think we won the matches we were supposed to, minus my punt against earlier in the previous league against Painter. But I think the list felt pretty good. Like, obviously, Fatal Push is not as good as Swords, but the mana just felt really smooth. Period. This crop rotation is a flex spot. We could play Ooze if we want, but I don't think it cost us any games where we didn't have it. Like we didn't. Like, our losses tonight were to Painter twice, one of which we probably should have won. Doomsday, I for, we whiffed out the Once Upon a Time on game three, so I'm okay with that. And then Lands, I think, is a hard matchup where. What's the question, Phil? I don't think I would make any changes to this list at the moment based on the games tonight. Oh, good question. Yes, I would play two Savannah, one Bayou if you're on the swords plan. If and the reason to be on swords, in my opinion, is if there's a lot of green white depths in your metagame. That would probably be a reason to play swords, and there's less combo because the it's not as crucial to have turn one Thoughtseize if you're playing that mana base. To me, that would probably be the biggest draw playing swords. If there's a lot of green white depths in your meta and you want help there. I would play two Savannah because you want two fetchable sources for your removal spells. The Swords version tends to be slightly better against Delver as well because you can hit Murktide, but you do it's not as good as you would think because your mana is worse too, right? Because you have three colors. But yeah, you I would say the number one reason to play Swords is green white depths. There are some other fringe applications, but they're more, like I said, they're more fringe. For example, against Cloud Post, you can swords their Ulamog if they try to mill you out. That's like a very niche scenario. What's another thing? That's probably the big one. Like they're just random decks that sometimes swords is good against. Like the Madness deck, swords tends to be pretty decent against. But overall, I like the mana base of the black version better. You have 11 black sources instead of just 9, which is like kind of sketch. Anybody else have any questions or any recommendations? I know Kai Sawatari is streaming right now. Conveniently streaming Doomsday. So yeah, even with Gris. So Gris is very good. But Kai is streaming, and I know people enjoy Doomsday, so I'll go ahead and raid him. Thanks to everybody for joining tonight. No problem, anytime. I'll, as usual, I'll post this on my Discord.